Thank you.
One, two. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. 1. Right. Okay. Ushkuthi inkinga zethu seziphelile. Okay. There's a yeah. There's a
Okay, and then you can later play the
Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Not a problem. Let's testing via Teams. Apologies for the last minute test, colleagues and members. Okay. Let's just test. Last minute testing. Good morning. Anything?
please go to the chamber and that's a statement.
Good morning. That sounds like. Sure, not a problem. Good morning, Tilani. I'm not sure if you're able to hear me at the main chamber. If you can confirm, please. We would appreciate that. Okay, I think they're making some adjustments to the audio settings. Please let me know when everything's fine. Okay, we'll continue. Okay. I think that's a bit better. Sure. Okay, let's try this. Tilani, I'm hoping you'll be able to hear me much better now with no feedback. If you could be kindly confirm, we would appreciate it. Thank you. Is this any better, team? Good.
Hey, Ngala.
We bangani bami abancane hle benike le ndawo lezi enhleli kuzona ezabantu abadala ningathathi izinto enizozithola lapha emadroweni singazithinti into zabantu abadala lezo. Siyabonga.
Okwasibeka bekumuveka nje.
Sanibonani wengane zami, simemezelo nje sisodwa. Manidinga izindlu zangasese nizophuma kulomnyango lo osekhoneni laphayana. Nithathe u-left, eyokuqala eyabantu besifazane, elandelayo eyabantu besilisa. Izobe ingaka-right wakho, omabili angaka-right. Siyabonga.
Oh, nice.
Stay here for those where to salary for a city parliament. So so I read it.
Oh, I must be. Well, ukhanyile.
Sanibonani, sizocela ubaba umfundisi phezulu ehle ukuze sikwazi ukuthi siqale iprogram yethu yosuku. Siyabonga.
Nganga. Right. Right. Cha imfisha nothi uyikhuphula. May we all be seated so that we'll start our program. Cela sihlaleni phansi sonke sizokwazi ukuqala. We are now starting our program. May we all stand and sing the national anthem. We are experiencing a technical problem. May I invite our pastor, Apostle T.M. Kize, to start with a prayer, then we'll follow with the national anthem.
Thank you. We may be seated. Greetings to everybody. Greetings to all protocols in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ. My name is Reverend T.N. Mbatha-Cele, the District Youth Chairperson, Umgungundlovu, Interfaith. So before I pray, I would like to give you guys just a short motivation. Amen. So I have 8 words, 8 powerful words to our youth, just to say, believe in yourself, believe you can and you will, stay strong, dream, believe and achieve, never give up. A little progress each day adds up to big results. Be grateful. A grateful heart is a magnet of miracles. Work hard. Good things come to those who hustle. Stay humble. Work hard in silence. Let success make noise. Be kind. Kindness makes you the most beautiful. Keep smiling. Because of your smile, you make life more beautiful. We're gonna get the scripture from 1 Timothy chapter 4, verses 12. Kungabikho umuntu odelela ubusha bakho. So I wish you all the best for this year, 2023. I thank you. Ngiyabonga. Ngicela ke sikhuleke. Cela sigubisene amakhanda ethu sikhuleke. Baba, izwi lakho nangalesi sikhathi kuseyilona liyaphila. Nansi youth yethu naba abaphathi bethu. Moya ingcwele sesingenile kule ndawo. Sibhayinda yonke imimoya ebingamelana Nkosi naloko kuzokwenziwa la manje. Ngegama nangegazi lika Jesu siyayigcoba le ndawo. Yehlisela umoya wakho ingcwele kuwona wonke umuntu okhona kule ndawo. Yehlisela Nkosi izwi lakho egameni nasegazini lika Jesu manje naphakade. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Apostle Mbatha-Cele. Delegates, I think you have noticed that there are job opportunities in the legislature. You need to work hard because you can't expect that people will start checking whether the sound is working whilst we have to start our program. Into leyo kufanele icheckwe singakangeni nokungena la. Kube kuya ngami nje mina, I will be suspending people or charge them to come and account. This is an embarrassment to those who are supposed to do this work. I think it's not going to happen again because you are disorganizing us. You are here as the staff of the legislature to do exactly what we requested you to do. But we're supposed to start at 9. We started at 9:30. Still, you are not ready. You must know your responsibility. I'm not happy about what happened. Secretary of the legislature. Greetings to the Speaker of KZN Legislature, Honorable Boise, Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Mthembu, Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Dube, members of the Executive, Chief Whip, Honorable Ngumalo, Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Kaluza, Chair of Committees, Honorable Mavimbela, Deputy Chair of Committees, Honorable Zulu, Honorable members of the Legislature, Secretary of the Legislature and the Legislature support staff, government departments present, Mayor of Umgungundlovu, and representative of Umsunduzi Municipality, councillors, educators, KZN ambassadors, delegates of 2023 Children's Parliament, religious leaders present, led by Apostle T. Mkhize. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Honorable Mbatha-Cele. I'm the Chairperson of Quality of Life and Status of Women, Children, Youth, Senior Citizens, and People with Disability. I am going to be the Program Director of this 2023 Children's Parliament. I'm so pleased to stand before such beautiful people, the children of our province, in 2023 Children's Parliament. Before we continue with our talks, I just want all of you to know that you are special in our hearts, but more importantly, you are special in this world. You are a special gift to your mom and dad and to the society. You are special human beings, and that is why today we are here with you. And every year, the legislature holds this parliament of special people, the children of KwaZulu-Natal. Delegates, yesterday I told you that your big day is today, where you will be meeting the government or the legislature leadership. Let me acknowledge the presence of honorable members of the legislature, Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Boyce, who's going to give us the background and the purpose of the 2023 Children's Parliament, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Dube, who will be addressing us on issues raised in 2022 Children's Parliament, mayors and councillors present. Delegates, many of you have willingly traveled long distance to be here. We have 80 learners from 3 districts, which is Herikwala District, Umzinyathi, and Umgungundlovu. And learners are not alone. They are being accompanied by 10 educators and Mr. Kanyile, who's a senior education specialist with curricular section at Umgungundlovu District. Through trainings that you have received, I know that you now understand the main objectives of the Children's Parliament and the protocols that you need to observe, especially the discipline. Let me introduce to you the members of the legislature who are present. I will start with our Honorable Speaker, Honorable N.N. Boyce. Hi, Speaker, hi. How need to get namhlanje? Honorable Deputy Speaker, R.T. Mthembu. Niyababona? Oh, okay. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Taluza, where are you? Okay. I'm told that Chief Whip. Okay, Chief Whip has joined us virtually. Honorable Ngumalo. Honorable Chair of Committees. Okay. We have members, or we have our Premier, I'm sorry, Premier. We have Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable N. Dube. We have members of the executive, MEC SA Duma. Balapha phezulu, they are in the gallery. MEC Bistole Mloyi. Siyabonga. MEC S Zuma. Thank you. MEC N Khoza. Thank you. MEC M Fraser. Thank you. MEC wenu ke uFraser, MEC wa Education. MEC NP Nkonyeni. She's with us virtually. MEC Simelane. Thank you. We have honorable members of the legislature. We have Honorable N.J. Nkwanyana, Honorable Swatboy Ntombela, Honorable Shinga, Honorable Jim Chali, Honorable N. Majola, Honorable P. Gavenda, Honorable S. Sonjika, Honorable Z. Gumete, Honorable E. Rab, and Honorable P. Buthelezi. Thank you very much, honorable members. I'm not sure whether there is a representative from Umgungundlovu district that has arrived. We have invited the mayor of Umgungundlovu district and the mayor of Umsunduzi district. Akubonakali kahle mabehleli lapha phezulu mabekhona. Can someone indicate whether the leadership of the district is present? Okay, we are still waiting for them. They will join us. Let me invite our honorable speaker, Honorable N.N. Boyce, to address us on the background and purpose of the 2023 Children's Parliament. Honorable Speaker. Thanks.
Sanibonani. Molweni. Good morning. Kuyamore. Dumelang. Those are the languages that I understand to be spoken in KwaZulu-Natal, ne? Ikoni language endishile? Okay, thank you. Good morning, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Dube Ngube, the leader of government business, who's the MEC of Economic Development, Trade, and Environmental Affairs, who is also the leader of the governing party in this house, who leads this side in this house. Honorable Duma, the MECs that are up there, I know that there is the member of the Executive Council, MEC for Health, Honorable Simelane, the one that ensures that when you go to clinics, there should be medication. Honorable Khoza, the MEC for Social Development. Debate. Honorable for Social Development, the one who ensures that the income of your parents does not determine your inability to go to school with proper uniform. The MEC for Education, Honorable MC Fraser, those that I was sitting with at the table during breakfast, I said, this is your mother. Everywhere in every province, schools are under direct supervision of the member of Executive Council responsible for education. Teachers, officials in the school, unless you're a private school, and even if you're a private school, you get particular allocation of funds from the Department of Education. So the MEC for Education, when you are in grade 12, oversees matrix examination, but also from grade R up to grade 11, when you write exams, you must know that the quality assurance internally before umalusi for grade 12 is done through the stewardship of the MEC. Nguye osigadela ukuthi abantu bethu bafunda kahle. MEC BM Zuma, who is the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, responsible for the food in KwaZulu-Natal. And you know your province is green. Mostly, some of you should be getting food from your gardens. Nah? That is the MEC that is responsible for food security, the provision of food to all of us, by ensuring that agriculture does not fail in any province. There's an MEC that I want to acknowledge. Angiboni kahle. The MEC Sithole Muloyi, MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Niyazi ukuthi MEC wakwa-Cocta ubhekene nani? Hayi ngeke sekade nginikophisa manje. Niyazi ubhekene nani? Huh? Anas, are you aware, guys, what is the MEC Cocta is responsible for? But Pagamisi who come from land that is under Amakosi and traditional leaders. If your school is in a land that is under Amakosi and traditional leaders, nonke nina abanye sedolobheni izikole zenu naze najabula bo khona abanye bengihlangene nabo bathi baba semkhambathini hayi kusemakhaya lapha khona isikole senu bafowethu. Umhlaba wenkosi lo wayana kuyakhulekwa. Okay? If your school is in a ward where there is a ward councillor, raise your hand. There is no way that your school, ma'am, is in an island. You belong to a ward. Your school belongs to a ward. All those that are leading us at the local level are under the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. And they have to ensure that services are brought by those levels of government to all of us. Then at the helm of government in the province, you have the lady here, Honorable Dube Ngube, who's the premier. There are MECs that are not here. They might be connected virtually. MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture, MEC Dr. Mahlaba, who is responsible for development of sport, culture and social cohesion. Sizwane, siyakuloko sibanga into engekho lapha impilo esigodi. There is MEC for Transport and Community Safety and Liaison in the province. MEC Shlomuka, I also believe might be there in the virtual platform. There is MEC for Finance, Usiswam, former speaker, MEC Nkonyeni, who gives us the money. For education, to give you money for schools, agriculture, money for farming, economic development to develop our economy. And if your school is in a tourism area, all the MECs, including health, we get money from the provincial treasury. So I wanted to greet MECs in that particular fashion so that you know exactly why do we have members of the Executive Council. The Deputy Chief Whip, Umamguni, no Chief Whip, I know that Chief Whip is connected virtually, and all the members of the Provincial Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, teachers who are accompanying our learners. But importantly, Honorable Fraser, there is a group of young people, grade 6 and 7, or grade 7s across the province, who were participating in the speech and poetry writing and have won position 1, 2, 3 yesterday. Because here we only have high schools, but we have a social responsibility that we do with primary schools to ensure that their proficiency in reading and writing that you are teaching at school, we oversee it. Can you stand up, champions that were awarded last night? Ningandiphoxi kaloku nilaliswe nasehotela nje kwathiwa nihambi. Baphi abantwana bakaTata uTembe noZamazindela? There are some of the champions. I can see that others, because most of the number ones were taken by your district MEC Zuma, Umkhanyakude, where you are a district champion. Ne? They were taken by Umkhanyakude and they had to travel early in the morning. They could not be with us. Program Director, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Quality of Life. It is a great honor for us to welcome the members of this house once more to the second installment of the Children's Parliament. The Children's Parliament, it started back in 2019 when we came into office, when we were approached by the National Department of Social Development. And they came to this province and brought kids from all over the country to experience a Children's Parliament, which then sparked us to go back and resuscitate what we used to have in the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal in the form of the Children's Parliament of KwaZulu-Natal. And we started it with the pilot held in the Zululand district last year, where we took only one district and we took them to the Natal Spa in Dumbe. And we stayed with them there. And we then were convinced that we can't keep on, Honorable Premier and Honorable Members, holding a Children's Parliament outside the legislature. Because outside the legislature, it takes the spark and the meaning. Because the reason that we are bringing the Children's Parliament here is because this is the second layer of leadership after the youth that is here today, which goes to its parliament on the 15th of June called the Youth Parliament. These are the people that we are preparing for the Youth Parliament in the future. And for them to understand and grow up with that understanding of parliament, let's take them to the house. The building we are in is called the Legislature Chamber. This house is the Legislature Chamber. You are sitting in what is called the benches. When it is us, these are the benches of the party at any given time, and that would be in majority. These are the benches of parties that will be in opposition at any given time. But because you are the Children's Parliament, with you there is no opposition, there is no governing party. We felt that you must come and experience it so that when you move forward, you participate knowingly and intentionally in the building of any country by entrenching democracy. Democracy is simple, a right to have a choice. You can choose a school to go to. In your case, it is your parents who exercise that. But post-matric, you must choose a career choice and a university to go to. But also you must choose who you become friends with and what political party you vote for, or whether you want to participate in politics like us and come to the house. We do not want you to live in a despotic South Africa one day where you will not have a choice. and that we cannot do, we will not be here. The generation that will be here is you. But for you to achieve that, we felt that we must have a theme that is related to what is affecting us in terms of the environment that we are living in, climate change. So we chose themes that you will be participating in. Overall, the theme that we are here on is take action to protect nature and human lives from the impact of climate change. You have seen the devastation since 2012, those that were already sebehlakaniphile ngo-2012, 2016, 2018, 2020, 2022. But if you live in Maritzburg, because the majority of you are coming from Umgungundlovu district, you have seen how the weather is changing in around Pietermaritzburg. You have sunshine, rain, mist, and hail in a matter of 2 hours. Something is wrong with our environment because a climate that is changing in that particular fashion, there's something wrong. But you have witnessed houses being swept away. You see, my responsibility of oversight is also to speak difficult truths. Some of you are coming from homes that have been swept away by water. Rightly so, your parents would blame government. But I want you to be able to determine whether the place your home is built on is supposed to be a place to make a building. You know that you cannot build in a wetland, even if during drought that place has gone dry. A wetland remains a wetland. The day rains come, what will happen to a wetland? Kuthiwa a leopard never changes its spot, ne? Kusho ukuthi noba ungayipenda kuzophinde kukhulu uboya obungapendiwe. Spot will return. Then you might change and decide ukuyigunda, but inwele ezophuma lapho will still have what? Spots. You may go to the forest and hunt back home an eagle. You take off its feathers, the strong feathers. You tell yourself that it is a chicken. But when it regains its strength and the feathers, the strong feathers of an eagle grows, what will it do? It will fly away. A wetland is like that. With the slightest rain, a wetland will be waterlogged. So we want you to be able to make these determinations in the future as the leaders of the future, so that with the lack of building space, you are able to determine where you should make a building for the house or home of your own kids, how to deal with emissions, regardless if it is big corporate that promises to create jobs for you or that promises to fund you and your lifestyle, you are able to say no. These are the decisions that we want you to be able to come to. Hence, we have chosen this topic. We have taken 3 districts this year. Of course, I must say, Honorable Duma, we have intended to take 5 districts, as you are aware. But we ended up taking Umgungundlovu, Herigwala, and Umzinyathi. We will keep growing every year, because eventually we must be able to house simultaneously the 11 districts, not the 12 districts of Honorable Fraser. We don't work according to your 12 districts. We want to work according to the districts of Honorable Sithole Muloi, the municipality districts in terms of demarcation. So we want you today to have your time to debate, have your points, drive your points home, drive your views unashamedly, but with respect, tolerance, and with facts. Facts is not what you read on social media, ain't it? Ungaboni into oyibona idlula laphayana kwa-WhatsApp group benu basesikoleni bese uyayisho la. They will embarrass you others. But believe in what you believe in, because the future is for you to take care of. So, honorable members and those that are joining us online, that is our purpose for today. And we will receive the Honorable Premier to speak to your kids. Particularly, there might be areas that you want to speak to that were raised last year in terms of how government has done. But importantly, Honorable Premier, you must know that these are 16-year-olds, mostly, at most. 16-year-olds, at most. The average age is 16 years. It means that they carry the hopes of their parents. We are the parents. It's time to still shape them to be the responsible leaders. Ngithema ngikhuluma nabanye ekuseni, remember your name. Some of you are called Ovusumus. Some of you are called Okayaletu. Some of you are called Cleopatra. Some of you are called Armstrong. Others are called Clarice or Precious. Others are called Onomtandazo. Others are called Olimile. Others are called Osnalo. Others are called Oenzokuhle. It's not about you. It's about the hopes and prayers that your parents have in you to change the situation at home. For us as the legislature, we have also a hope for you to change the situation of how we deal with climate issues and save the environment. You are the future leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for addressing us on the background and the purpose of the 2023 Children's Parliament. Thank you very much. And also for informing us about the theme of today's Children's Parliament. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Can I also add on what Honorable Speaker has addressed us on? Also to add the general objectives of the Children's Parliament. The main objectives of the Children's Parliament, which is to provide an opportunity to learners to voice out their issues affecting them. One of those issues is the climate change, as Honorable Speaker, SSC Mbatha-Cele, and to encourage the learners to be part of deepening democracy through debates. We are going to have a debate where we'll have two groups debating about the climate change, and also to create a platform where learners will display the understanding of issues to sharpen their debating skills to current and future endeavors, and to give children parliamentary experience that will enable them to be future politicians. We are expecting that amongst yourselves one day we will have a women president or a women premier after Umamunomsa Dube. Also to promote networking among schools in anticipation of ongoing and long-lasting partnership and future collaborations. With those objectives, I'm now inviting the first women premier in KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Nomsa Dube, to come and address us about the issues raised in 2022 Children's Parliament. Honorable Premier, over to you.
Thank you very much. Singahlala phansi. Thanks.
I understand what you train you about the protocol, ne? That's why I did not ask you what name if uPremier ezokhuluma. uPremier manese isholo nje bona abathathu wathi ke you may be seated. Can we follow the protocol? Uzoyisholo.
Nkosi yami. Singahlala phansi yabo. Program Director, who's also the chairperson of the Committee on the Quality of Life, Honorable Mbatha-Cele, Honorable Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Honorable Boyce, Deputy Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Honorable Mthembu, executive members of the provincial government. We have MEC Duma, who's also the leader of government business, Honorable Duma, the MEC for Health, Honorable Simelane, Honorable Kokta, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Sithole Moloi, MEC for Social Development, Honorable Khoza, MEC for Education, Honorable Fraser, MEC for Rural Development, Agriculture, Honorable Zuma, MEC for Finance, who's joining us virtually, Chief Whip, Honorable Ngumalo, the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Kaluza, the Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mavimbela, and the Public Participation Chairperson, Honorable Zulu. I also do wish to acknowledge all other members of this legislature that are present and those that have joined virtually. To all the senior officials that are present and those that have joined virtually. The District Interfaith Youth Chairperson, Apostle Mkhize, and all the religious fraternity that have joined. Representatives from various schools, the educators, and our learners, but most importantly, the charming souls of our special honored guests, who are also honorable members of this Children Parliament and delegates to this Children Parliament, members of the media. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sanbonan. Sanbonan. Abahlonipheki bonke abalendlu ehloniphekile yalapha namhlanje. Usomlomo sekayichaze kabanzi ukuthi ichaza ukuthini lendlu nanokuthi ingani. But I'm smiling kakhulu, ngizizwa ngijabule kakhulu futhi sithobekile ukuthi sibe ingxenye yale Children's Parliament ka-2023. I must say that, honorable members, that a leader of government business is the leader that enables and also ensures that ukusebenza phakathi kwe-legislature ne-cabinet or ne-government kuyabambisana futhi aprovide ubuholi. And siyafisa ukuthi sibonge ukuthi ukwazile ukuthi sivumelane ukukhansela ama-programs ebesinawo namhlanje we-cabinet ukuthi sizoba ingxenye yale parliament ebaluleke kangaka ehleli lapha kulezi ndonga ezibalulekile nezi-historic in our city. This is the political power. This is a capital of KwaZulu-Natal. There is no greater joy than seeing and hearing the small voices that have got no care in the world, that are happy to be alive and ready to embrace the challenges that everyday dawning day presents. Kuba mnandi ke kuba umntwana ngoba isikhathi esiningi uhlala ulindele ukuthi usuku nosuku khona izinto ezinhle ezenzakalayo empilweni yakho. It is that ideal that in meeting at this children's parliament, we are eventually wanting to give birth to and true to this year's theme of International Children's Day of 2023, which says inclusion for every child. And the president in his State of the Nation address spoke about not leaving anyone behind. And I think this parliament, this legislature has been true to that call by our honorable president. An inclusive world for our children will see a world without prejudice, a world without war, displacement, injury, abuse, and even killing for our children. It is a call for a peaceful world in which our children can just be children, worrying only about issues that are appropriate to your age. An inclusive world that protects our children, all our children, from abuse that is either physical, psychological, economical, social, or name and culture or religion. A future that does not exclude anyone because of your gender, because of your belief. Honorable Member, it is no mere coincidence that the Children's Parliament that is sitting when we are observing the Child Protection Week from the 28th May to the 4th of June under the theme, Let us protect children during COVID-19 and beyond. This is a serious call for action for all of us to prioritize the rights of our young people. A call not only during the commemoration days, but a call that continuously say to us throughout the year, let us stand by our practice of protecting our children and our young people. The prospects of the bright future for KwaZulu-Natal, our future are fully dependent on the type of children that we raise and groom into adulthood. If we fail our children, we are failing this province of KwaZulu-Natal. We are also failing the nation of South Africa. So launching the celebration for Children's Day in 1994, our first democratically elected president, Utata President Nelson Mandela, made this comment that I quote, "The South African government's approach to questions of children's social and political rights derives from the basic principle that to value our children is to value our future." On this day, he said, we also extend our solidarity with children throughout the world whose lives are ravaged by the scourges of hunger, war, and ignorance. We commit ourselves to contribute to the best of our ability to the international efforts in aiming at resolving those problems in our world. In honor of the solemn commitment by Tata Mandela, each year we join the country to mark the days to celebrate the children, including the 4th of November, which is an International Children's Day. At the end of May each year, we bridge into June, which is a youth month, by holding this annual Children's Parliament in KwaZulu-Natal. This Children's Parliament takes place under the theme, Take Action to Protect Nature and Human Lives from the Impacts of Climate Change. Honorable Speaker, our province is recovering from the devastating floods that took place only 1 year ago. And according to the latest reports of the Presidential Commission on Climate Change, during the floods in eThekwini Municipality, The manufacturing sector suffered damages running to more than 400 million. Agriculture suffered to the tune of more than 12 million. Construction suffered to the tune of more than 18 million. So as other sectors such as logistics, retail, and in total, the economic loss to our province amounted to more than 17 billion. And according to this report from the Presidential Commission, it appears that the phenomenon is likely to repeat itself, possibly in an increased frequency. So in the future, importantly, the report reminds us that in April and May 2022 floods that led to food insecurity, particularly among the displaced people, such as disaster that affected women and children in a disproportionate manner and may lead to increased poverty and malnutrition. We have taken note to the interventions that the report suggests to others, and the reports suggest to us that we need to ensure that the climate smart spatial planning in all our provinces, in all our municipalities. The report also tells us that we need to ensure that climate resilient infrastructure at all levels is upscaled. It also says smarts and accessibility to early warning system is something that we cannot postpone anymore as this province of KwaZulu-Natal. Community-based system for informal settlement should be rolled out with immediate effect. Those are some of the things that the Presidential Commission on Climate Change talks about in relation to the floods that we experienced in 2022. Honorable members, allow me to present to you the 2023 reports, having given you that background to what is happening in our province. The report is also available to all of you, and I'm sure you would know that in front of you is the technology that we use in this legislature. And you can click in documents and you can open documents there. You can read the documents. You can also look at the speakers list that many of you are going to be talking to today. So it will also be available on the hard copy, I'm sure. And as we engage today in the Children's Parliament in this chamber, we urge you to use this year's session to move the needle better further in the struggle for better world for our children and also for our country. It is said that at present generation, we are merely borrowing this earth from our children and the future generations, and our obligations is to leave this earth better than when we found it. And the question is always the one that asks, are we making this earth a better world for you as our children so that you can find it more better? Engaging in today's Children's Parliament in shaping the destiny of our province, KwaZulu-Natal, we demonstrate our commitment to a future that looks forward to caters for the children and young people, and that is anchored on the future of our country. Honorable members, in the last year's parliament that was held at Idumbe, we have done a lot of work as this cabinet and the members of the Executive Council. We've looked at various areas and we've coordinated various sectors, meeting with various officials as well as the vulnerable groups. And in the summary that I'm going to be giving to you as this Honorable House, there were 3 issues and 7 resolutions that were taken at the 2022 Children's Parliament. And those issues have been attended to. And these I would also highlight that various departments have been working hand in hand to ensure that we indeed move the needle further. On the resolution 1 that spoke about the fact that the Department of Social Development, in partnership with the Department of Education, must develop a program that is aimed at raising awareness against teenage pregnancy in schools. I wish to report as follows. The province of KwaZulu-Natal has coordinated the provincial teenage pregnancy reports on a quarterly basis, and the report is made up of progress and interventions that we've implemented as various departments, particularly departments of health, Department of Social Development, Department of Education, Department of Community Safety, and many other departments. We have consolidated this report, and sadly, from April to December 2022, the total number of deliveries by children between the ages of 10 and 14 and between the ages of 15 and 19 years in health facilities in KwaZulu-Natal rose to about 8,152. Out of this figure, 627, which is 8%, are children between the ages of 10 and 14 years from across all 11 districts. And as we report here today, the total number of learners in public schools who fell pregnant during the period of January to December 2022 stood at 825. Most of these learner pregnancies came from the district of Umgungundlovu, where there were 259, which equates to 31% of the overall provincial learner pregnancies statistics. Honorable Speaker, the response is that the provincial departments have formed a strategic partnership with developmental partners and non-governmental organizations to provide the sexual reproduction health rights and to prevent the teenage pregnancy. I must say that Honorable MEC of Health, Honorable Simelane, and myself visited the health facilities in December, and we were very saddened by what we saw in our hospitals, where we saw these teenagers between the ages of 10 and 14 having babies. And we know that a person of that age cannot make a baby. But because we're finding ourselves in this situation, the province has been able to work and have dialogues with build-up activities to Provincial Child and Teenage Pregnancy Summit that was held. The summit also deliberated on a number of issues. We can also report that the Department of Social Development is working in partnership with the Department of Education to implement early intervention program for teenage pregnancy. Regarding the overall concerns raised at the Children's Parliament, we wish to take the opportunity to report that the Department of Health continues to prevent and reduce teenage pregnancy through its programs, such as the one that talks to teenage pregnancy, denormalizing teenage pregnancy. Areas of high teenage pregnancy rates are mapped out by the Department of Health, and they are able to intensify programs of monitoring, but also of early interventions where kubonakala ukuthi kulawo ma-district baningi kakhulu abantwana bethu abaneminyaka ekusukela ku-10 kuya ku-14 abakhulelwayo. Kunembizo ke ezenziwe by iminyango ehlukahlukene ngodaba lokukhulelwa kwabantwana bethu bamantombazane. Where kudiscusswe khona ama-topics ahlukahlukene afana nama-topics wama-contraceptives, condoms, ABC, because we believe that ABC is still something that we need to live by, which is abstain, be faithful, condomize. And we believe that for us, it is important for us to preach that abantwana abasebancane akufanele benze izinto zabantu abadala ngoba isemningi iminyaka abazoyiphila ukuthi bafike kuleso sigaba sokuthi benze izinto zabantu abashadile. I-Department of Health also promote what is called dual protection that is promoted in all our public spaces. Youth sexual and reproductive health and rights prevention Izimbizo have also been held in all the districts of our province. Policies have also been developed to increase the types of contraceptives so that youth can have a choice in ensuring that you choose the best possible prevention that you can use so that you can prevent teenage pregnancy. In health facilities where adolescents and youth-friendly spaces have been provided in health facilities, because siyazi ukuthi umphathiswa wezempilo ungumuntu naye opassionate about impilo yabantu abasha. Kune-program abayiqalile kwezempilo ema-clinic ebizwa ngokuthi happy hour. I-happy hour ke ngama-facilities lapho abantu abasha abasebancane ungakwazi ukuthi uma ngabe uye esikoleni ukwazi ukuthi udlule khona laphaya eklinikhi ungabambi ngisho ulayini ukwazi ukuthi uthole umjovo wakho noma uthole izinto zakho zokupreventa ukwazi ukuthi urashe esikoleni ugcine sewukwazela ukuthi uziphephise impilo yakho futhi uziphephise ekutheni ungakhulelwa isikhathi singakafiki. So siyagqugquzela ukuthi asisebenzise le happy hour, but also where we can see ukuthi mhlambe lama facilities awakafiki masikusho lokhu nomnyango wethu wezempilo bazokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi balisukumela udaba lokuthi wonke ama clinic ayaba nawo ama happy hour. In addition to this, in the Provincial AIDS Council meeting that was held last week, decisions were taken that the first resolution was that government needs to forge strategic partnership with many other NGOs in implementing and preventing programs of teenage pregnancies. It was also decided that we need to scale up the capacity building and awareness programs on various methods of contraceptives in order to improve the uptake. Ukuthi kunenkolelo eziningi ezingalona iqiniso esizizwa koma social media nesizizwa kwabanye abantu egcina sezenza ukuthi abantwana bethu bangayi ukuthatha ukupreventa ngenxa yokuthi baneyinkolelo ezingalona iqiniso. So umnyango ke uzoqhubeka nokuthi ufundise abantu abasha ukuthi kuyini ngempela ukupreventa nanokuthi kubaleke ngani ezimpilweni zethu. Social development nayo ukuthi it must strengthen the parenting programs for teenage mothers to ensure adequate education to both mother and child, so that abantwana bethu kakhulukazi laba abathola abantwana basebancane kufanele bafundiswe ukubaleka kokunikeza uthando kubantwana besebancane nanokuthi baphatha kanjani abantwana kuze bakhule bazi ukuthi umthetho ubalekile ebantwaneni nasesizweni sethu njengabantu abamnyama. Kwaphinde kwathatha ke isinqumo sokuthi abantwana bethu bamantombazane ake basetshenziswe nabo babe ngama-ambassadors wokukhuluma nolunye ulusha mayelana nobungozi bokukhulelwa usemncane, ngoba siyabona ukuthi abanye abantwana abakhulelwa basebancane bagcina sebekhubazekile, abanye baze badlule ngisho emhlabeni. Kwi-resolution enayithatha ngaphansi komnyango we-Department of Arts and Culture ukuthi fanele ivuselela amasiko nokuthi they must help young people and encourage them to keep their virginity. We are reporting ukuthi emkhosini womhlanga ka-2022 ungangezwe lakhe isilo samabandla uKing Misizulu kaZwelithini. Kulo mkhosi esasinawo kwaba khona inhlelo zokufundisa abantu abasha mayelana nokuziphatha. Umkhosi womhlanga siyazi ukuthi it's a project that is aimed at reviving self-love and pride amongst and within the young females. It also encouraging abstaining from active sexual activities until one is married, and it teaches us about the core values of being a woman in a traditional context, but also ngobuntu ukuthi kusho ukuthini ukuba umuntu wesifazane ngobuntu bethu. Okunye okufundiswayo ke kule mkhosi ngaphandle kokuziphatha kuphinde kufundiswe nanokuthi kubalekile ukuthi singazithathi izidakamizwa mase ngabantwana abancane nanokuziphatha esikoleni kodwa futhi nangokuhlonipha abanye abafundi esisuke sikhula nabo futhi sifunda nabo. The community of the Department of Community Safety and Liaising subsequently also developed a monitoring tool that is administering and making sure that we monitor Guma police stations. The tool requires that the police need to link up with all the schools within that policing district, which means ukuthi a police station iyagqugquzelwa ukuthi i-adopte isikole esingaphansi kwaleyo police station. Kwenzela ukuthi kube khona ama-random searches abakhona, kube khona ukufundiseka kwabafundi ey'koleni. Umbiko wethu uyakhuluma futhi ukuthi emajuba, emzinyathi, eThekwini sebekwazile ukuthi bawa-revive ama-school safety forums. We can also report that there is progress as a result of ama-processes between the Department of Education nomnyango wezamapholisa. Ikhona progress yokuthi kube khona lokhu kuxhumana nokusebenzisana phakathi kwezikole nomnyango we-education kanye nomnyango wezamaphoyisa. Kwi-resolution enanithathile eyayithi Department of Social Development together ne-Education Department must initiate awareness campaigns against substance abuse. Siyagriphatha ke la ukuthi social development is working closely with the Department of Education and South African Police Service in creating awareness to learners in schools on substance abuse. This campaign has reached a total of more than 204,766 young people in schools, and it has reached all the district, but also uyaqhubeka lemnyango ukuthi iqhubekele nakwezinye izikole ukuthi kube khona lento ebizwa ngokuthi i-early intervention program kwenzela ukuthi abantwana baze bangangeni kuzidakamizwa. Ezinye inhlelo ezibe khona ukuthi simbonile ungqongqoshe wezokuthuthukiswa komnotho kanye nezemvelo ubaba uDuma ehambela indawo lapho kuphuzwa khona utshwala bebheka ukuthi abekho abantwana abaphuzayo noma abadayisela utshwala kulezo ndawo. Nathi sikwazile ukuthi singene kuwo wonke indawo, siphinde singene nasey'ndaweni sikhulumisane nane-KZN Liquor Authority ukuthi benze isiqiniseko sokuthi abantu abanama-licenses bayayigcina imithetho yama-license ukuthi bangadayiseli abantwana utshwala nezidakamizwa. Enye resolution enayithatha yokuthi i-social development fanele isebenze nama-NGOs nama-NPOs ukwenza ama-rehabilitation centers amaningi. Impendulo yethu ke la ithi umnyango waka-social development has managed ukuthi so far sinama-facilities awu-3 that are state-owned, but also umnyango waka-social development usebenza ekutheni silungise ama-centers esinawo ukuthi abe nazo zonke iy'nhlelo. I-center esinayo eMadadeni, which is a rehabilitation center, enye ekhona emajuba district ebizwa ngokuthi iKhanyani Treatment Center, nenye elaphaya eNewlands Park Center eThekwini. Umnyango waka-DSD uyasebenzisana ke nama-NGOs uphinde wafunda ama-NGOs are more than 21 asebenza with the substance abuse community-based organizations. Kusho ukuthi inhlangano lezi ezibhekelele ukukhuluma ngodaba lophuzo kanye nezidakamizwa. Enye resolution enayithatha ukuthi kufanele ukuthi uhulumeni ubheke i-bullying kuma-social media, cyber crime, i-pornography, Singa reporter ke la ukuthi u-provincial commissioner usakhe into ebizwa ngokuthi provincial joints elidwa ke nguyena ucommissioner ngokwakhe uGeneral Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, where they have developed strategies in line with our laws of cyber crime, in line with the security assessment that is done and reports to the JCPS cluster ngaso sonke isikhathi. The cyber safety awareness campaign are now also being undertaken and have been identified in a number of schools by the Department of Community Safety in collaboration with the South African Police Service. Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the House, allow me at this point to use this opportunity to thank this Parliament, but also to table the report to those honorable members of the Children's Parliament of 2023. We are fully aware of the massive progress that we are making in creating a better world for our children, but we are also consciously aware that there is still a lot of work that remains for us to be done. Semningi kakhulu umsebenzi esisafanele siwenze, yebo kuningi esesikwenzile njengalo hulumeni. We also wish to conclude by sounding a call to all departments, all government, all municipalities and sectors of our society to intensify this critical work that is being done by government, but also private sector, to also come in and assist in creating a safer environment for our children that enhances their chances in life and help build a solid foundation for a better KwaZulu-Natal for all our people. Honorable members, honorable Speaker, we hereby table the report for consideration of this House on behalf of the members of the Executive Council of KwaZulu-Natal, where we are saying together we are growing KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga, ningahlala phansi. Asibonge kakhulu kundunankulu waKwaZulu-Natal, umama uNomsa Dube-Ncube, for presenting a progress report yango 2022 ye-Children's Parliament elalise Natal Spa. Thank you very much, Ndunankulu, and also to thank all the departments ngemsebenzi eniyenzile to implement those resolutions zaka 2022. Thank you very much. It shows that we have a government olalelayo, we have a government othi makuthathwa ama-resolutions akwazi ukuthi ke awa-implemente. Siyabonga kakhulu. We are not here ukuthi sizohlala silana njengabantwana, angithi sizosebenza. If we take resolutions, we expect the government departments ukuthi awa-implemente. Senizwile ukuthi those resolutions ayithathwe ngo-2022, wonke ama-department kahulumeni akwazile ukuthi awa-implemente. Hence, we are receiving a progress report from undunankulu on behalf of wonke ama-department. Ake sibapheni ihlombe. Siyabonga, ngizwile ke uma ukhuluma lapha yana ngo ndunankulu kuba nomsinjwana ukuthi u-MEC uDuma, MEC wa Economic Development ophinda busihlalo ka-ANC kwi-province kade ehambela ama-tavern. Engathi uyaphazaphazamisa ke MEC mawuhambela ama-tavern, ngizumsinjwanyana. Kodwa ke thina njengabantwana abancane cha asingeni ema-tavern. Yibo ntanga laba abalapha abakhalayo. Before we continue with our program, let me acknowledge the presence of Honorable P. Zulu, Honorable N.J. Honorable L.D. Ngubane, Honorable C.Q. Madloba, and Honorable H.S. Dlamini. Siyanamukela bahlonishwa. We're now going to our next session okuwupart 2 wale program yethu okuzoba i-debate. Nizwile ngithi ekuqaleni ukuthi ngishilo ngathi asiboy observer i-protocol. Manje senizoba ke nelenu iParliament njengabantwana, Children's Parliament. Inini enizoziphathela lona. Nifundisiwe ukuthi observer kanjani protocol. Nizoba no speaker wenu. You are going to have your own speaker, your own deputy speaker, ne staff esinye enzobe sikhona. Niyazi ke nifundisiwe ukuthi nizokwenza kanjani. And to those who are going to debate, cela ukuthi ningasabi, khululekani nje. Ningaphazamiseki. This is your parliament. Thina sizobe sikhona sihlezi nje. We are not going to disturb you. Nibe free. Ngiyazi ukuthi ke na if uthukile sometimes ezinye izinto uyayikhohlwa ngithi. So ningathuki ke nina. Ngiyanazi nasesikolweni nje. Anithuki ikho niphasa kangaka nje. As you'll be starting your exam tomorrow, ngiyazi ukuthi niyobhala nizophasa futhi. We are going to start i-session elandelayo where we'll invite ama-presiding officers eParliament labantu abasha, and you'll observe your protocol. They will be debating under i-theme take action to protect nature and human lives from the impact of climate change, close quote. We'll be having 5 for Group A and 5 for Group B. Or A uhleli ngapho, B uhleli ngapho. 5 for Group A and 5 for Group B. I think we are ready. Bazongena phi lapha noma fanele bangene la. Ngaphansi. Okay. Ama-presiding officers azongena ngalo yamnyango. Abasezongena ngapha nje bade ngene ekseni. Bazongena ngalo yamnyango. But again, I know that mhlambe bekade kunembuzo nyana beningathanda ukuyibuza kwi-premier. For now, kwi-program yethu asinayo indawo yokubuza yokuthi sibuze manje. But after ama-debates, there will be time for questions and clarity. Nizobuza based on i-debate ye-climate change. But if kukhona okunye enifisa ukukubuza okade kupresentwa Honorable Premier, because o-MEC bethu bonke bakhona, you'll be allowed to ask those questions. Then bazokwazi ukuthi ke naba respond. Olane, mina I'm ready here. Sengilinde abangenayo presiding officers bese ngiya hand over kubona. But konke encane ke abasayilungisa. As acknowledge Honorable Rogers ukhona naye sesijoyinile no Honorable Tembe. Ngathi khona abathakathi baphekwethu. If kukhona abafuna ukuya ebathroom ningaphumi kanye kanye. Ningaphuma nje noma oyedwa noma ababili. Makubuye omunye kuphuma omunye. Thiwa silinde isikhathi esingango 5 minutes whilst they are busy with technology.
Right, abekhulume somaningi ukuthi imzileke.
Good day, honourable members. Good day, staff. My apologies. We're just testing. We're experiencing some technical difficulties. I've been requested to test the main chamber just for the feed from Teams.
Please try again, Rashid.
Sure, not a problem, Tulani. Are you able to hear me in the main chamber?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Not getting help.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Let's have a moment of silence. Good morning, honorable members. I would like to welcome you to the 2023 Children's Parliament. I would also like to greet the Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Boyce, the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Tembo, the Honorable Premier, Ruben Mube, Honorable MECs present, Honorable Members of the Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I will now move on to apologies. We have received the following announcement. Honorable Mr. S.E. Somuka, MEC for Transport, Community Safety, and Liaison has tendered his apology for not attending the Children's Parliament sitting. He has a departmental engagement. Honorable Mr. S. Sinkosi, MEC of Public Works and Human Settlements, has tendered his apology for not attending the Children's Parliament. MEC Sinkosi is attending the Public Works Portfolio Committee in Newcastle. I will now move to the orders of the day. And the first item on the order paper is the debate on the theme, take action to protect nature and human lives from the impact of climate change. I will now call upon the first speaker on our speaker list. I will now call upon the first speaker on our speaker list, who is Honorable Mbatha-Cele from CMA, to start the debate for 5 minutes. The honorable member will introduce the theme in respect of CMA. Everyone in the house. Honorable Speaker. I would like to greet everyone in the house, Honorable Speaker, and all honorable members. Standing in front of you today is Honorable Mbatha-Cele from Team A, and I'll be introducing the theme. Leonardo DiCaprio once said, climate change is real. It is happening right now. It is the most urgent threat facing our species, and we need to work collectively together and stop procrastinating. Just imagine how life can be without nature. Climate change is the greatest threat in our common future. We have a very short period of time to tackle the problem before it becomes out of hand and irreversible. The progress has already been made. We now need to work further, faster, and turn targets into real change. One may ask, what is exactly climate change? Well, climate change refers to the long-term shift of temperatures and weather patterns. These shifts can be natural due to large volcanic eruptions, but since the 1800s, human activities have been the main drivers of climate change, primarily due to burning fossil fuels like coal, gas, and oil. Burning fossil fuels generate greenhouse gas emissions that act like a blanket wrapped around the earth, trapping the sun's heat and raising temperatures. Climate change may result in the form of floods, drought, heat waves, and heavy rain. Africa has been experiencing climate change for the past years. The evidence is clear that if we don't conserve it now, in the future, the climate change impacting our country will not only include floods, drought, and heat waves, but it will also include crop failure, food insufficiency, water shortages, and various complications in the economy, which will result in social conflict. There are many factors that contribute to the stormwater drains problem, but the most important idea is to limit littering, garden debris, and prioritize the maintenance of community public spaces, including our schools, in order to prevent the stormwater drain from clogging, which are the most common cause of floods. Floods are dangerous. They wash away people and buildings. I remember last year I was part of the team from the Mbatha-Cele Foundation who went to Japan after the April flood, where more than 400 lives were lost. We went there to witness the negative effects of flood. So many lives, homes, schools, clinics, bridges, and roads were lost. It was so heartbreaking to see people in need just because of this one enemy, climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a crisis. We are facing a humongous enemy, climate change. There are many things that we can do to stop climate change. We can practice the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. We can open educational campaigns that will teach people about climate change and how to conserve it. We can open garden clubs so that we can plant that help to reduce the high concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. We need to try to walk more and drive less. Climate change increases the risk of illnesses. We can include gastrointestinal diseases like diarrhea. It increases the negative effects of the respiratory and the nervous system. Now it's up to us to conquer this enemy together. And believe me, we will do it if we start now. Let us fight before it's too late. Just imagine the pain of losing someone or something you value and lost just because of climate change, the one that me and you can solve. Now it's time. Let us all fight. It's never too late to start fighting for our lives. Remember, we are stronger together. Alone, we can do so little, but together, we can do so much. Let us take action to protect nature and human life from the impact of climate change. I thank you. Which is the fight on a
Greetings to all my honorable delegates and members of the leadership. Standing in front of you is Honorable Rebecca Smith, the grade 11 learner for Girls High PNB. Today I'll be introducing you to the topic of our speech: take action to protect nature and human lives from the impact of climate change. The climate crisis is both the easiest and hardest issue we can face. The easiest because we know what we must do. We must stop the emission of greenhouse gases. The hardest because our current economics are still totally dependent on burning fossil fuels and thereby destroying ecosystems to create everlasting economic growth. Greta Thunberg. I will now go on to explain what exactly climate change is, the impact it has on us and our environment, as well as practical solutions to helping climate change come to an end. The definition of climate change, according to the Internet, is a long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. It is a long-term increase in Earth's average surface temperature and a large-scale changes in global, regional, and local weather patterns that result from that change. This is caused by the significant increase in the levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere that are produced by the use of fossil fuels and human activities. Greenhouse gases are the gases in the Earth's atmosphere that trap heat. They let sunlight pass through the atmosphere, but they prevent the heat from leaving the sphere to balance the Earth's temperature, so life can continue as normal. This is known as the greenhouse effect. The main gases responsible for this greenhouse effect include carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, water vapor, all natural compounds, and fluorinated gases, which are synthetic or man-made. These shifts in temperatures may be natural, but since the 18,000s, human activities have been the main driver of the increase in climate change. Energy, industry, transport, buildings, agriculture, deforestation, and land use are among the main factors causing greenhouse gases resulting in climate change. By burning fossil fuels, it generates excess greenhouse gases that speed up the greenhouse effect, increasing the Earth's atmospheric temperature. With humans using gasoline for driving cars and burning, it leads to the increase of greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide. Chlorofluorocarbons are also referred to as CFCs, which are non-toxic, non-flammable chemicals that contain atoms of carbon, chlorine, fluorine, which get released into the atmosphere, increasing the greenhouse effect. Forests and plantations act as carbon sinks, which absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and the trees photosynthesize, emitting oxygen that we need in order to survive. Agriculture, oil, and gas operations are major sources of methane emissions. All of the above factors that I have mentioned result in the production of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere, which increases the rate of the greenhouse effect. With this gradual increase in the Earth's overall temperature, it means that there will be many negative effects on human life as well as nature. We are at a time in history where everyone with an insight of climate crisis threatens our civilization and the entire biosphere must speak out in clear language, no matter how uncomfortable and how unprofitable that may be. Greta Thunberg. Warmer temperatures over time are changing weather patterns and disrupting the usual balance of nature, posing many risks to human beings and all other forms on Earth, such as hotter temperatures, more severe storms, increased droughts, a warmer rising ocean, loss of species, not enough food, more health risks, poverty, and displacement. It is now evident that climate change has many negative effects on human life and our environment. There are, however, many various ways and practices that we as human beings can implement to reduce climate change and improve the situation. There are thousands of ways to take action. For example, plant trees, pick up litter, join an organization or movement that makes a difference, and especially try to influence adults and put young people in power. Many people believe that you need to be in a higher position of power or have money to be able to make a difference and reduce climate change, when in reality, anybody, irrespective of age, gender, race, and background, can make an impact and better the situation for future generations. Instead of waiting for the government and adults to make a change, why don't we start the change? In conclusion, climate change is the most significant problem facing humanity in the world. Global warming is increasing day by day and leaving devastating negative impacts on human life and nature. If we do not take action and prevent it from getting worse, our world will face undesirable consequences. It is up to us, the future generation of our world, to stand up, take action, and change the outcome of our planet by putting an end to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Rebecca. I'll now move to the second speaker of Team A, who will talk about the causes and dangers of stormwater choking, which is Honorable Apelele Kaba. Honorable Retabile Dlamini, please come closer. You will sit there next to the podium for your next speech after Honorable Apelele Kaba. The House at large receive my humble greeting. Standing in front of you is Affiliate Baba from KwaZulu-Natal Secondary School, and she's going to talk about stormwater clogging causes and danger. Mbatha-Cele once said, if you really think that the environment is less important than the economy, then try holding your bread while counting your money. Firstly, what is stormwater clogging? Stormwater clogging is water covering the ground in large quantities because of heavy rain. Let me emphasize that everyone has a right to a safe environment. Hence, it is our task to protect the environment, prevent and promote conservation as stated on Government Gazette Act on Section 24 that was agreed on the 9th of June 1989 in Cape Town. The causes of stormwater clogging are natural things, which are leaves, grass clipping, sand, rocks, and erosion. Also, the items like pampers, pads, and toilet papers that we throw anywhere and anyhow has a huge negative impact on stormwater clogging. That causes human lives in danger of diseases, as currently cholera already are taking human lives, and now it has moved from Gauteng to Free State. I am worried if it comes to KZN, because in many rural areas, water is fetched from the river. And what will we do if that water is polluted? It is very painful because they drive us to go back to the shortest way where we come back from, which is death. Nature is not a place to visit. It is a home to stay. By Gary Cedar. The clogging of stormwater pollutes water, which is against the National Act 36 of 1998. The purpose of that act is to ensure that water is protected, used, conserved, and controlled in ways we take into. I remember, by the time I entered here in PMP, I was seeing smoke, and I was wondering where the smoke is coming from. Because where I am coming from, we breathe very fresh air. That pollution be as a result of bacteria, viruses, and parasites destroying our digestive system. It also has a bad impact in climate change because it harms the atmosphere, hinders the growth of plants. That be as a result of failing of carbon absorption, and turn the climate cycle to be distracted. Then fail the products needed by plants and human bodies. For example, last year PMP was leading as a town that destroyed ozone layer, but luckily, that's because the percent of that has decreased, and it must lead by example. On my conclusion, we can move around for any, unaware that to save ourselves. Dirty water is to kill ourselves, I think.
Mbatha-Cele on prevention of stormwater clogging, representing Simply. Honorable Mbatha-Cele, please come closer. You have 5 minutes. It is with great pride and honor that I accept this one-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be a part of the 2023 Children's Parliament. I am extremely grateful to be chosen as speaker in today's event. I bestow my humblest greetings upon everyone. I draw to the attention of the honorable members in this juncture, as well as the delegates present, a critical issue that not just South Africa, the entire world is currently facing. I present myself as Honorable Ruthabile Dlamini, a 10th grade student and a representative of Mbatha-Cele Combined School. I come before you to address the issue of stormwater clogging and how it can be prevented. According to the dictionary, stormwater is water that originates from precipitation, including heavy rain and meltwater from hail and snow. More simply defined, is excess surface water in abnormal quantity resulting from falls of rain or snow. Stormwater can cause problems downstream, and it can also be a source of pollution when the sediment, chemicals, and nutrients are washed into waterways. The biggest problem that stormwater causes is clogging of drains and sewers. Stormwater alone does not cause drainage clogging, but is aided by human waste and debris. With reference to alpine plumbing and water, it is stated that storm drains are the greatest drains we see on almost every street that that collect stormwater. Grassy areas can easily absorb rainwater, but areas with mainly artificial structures that are made of water-resistant or impermeable materials, such as asphalt, concrete, brick, and stone, cannot absorb stormwater. This led to the development of stormwater drainage systems. They are essential during storms as they allow rainwater to drain from the streets that would otherwise cause flooding. Heavy flooding occurs quite frequently because of drainage blockages, and the consequences of heavy flooding are very dire. Humans are affected by flooding as they can get washed away, never to be seen again, or injured by sharp and deadly objects floating in the water. There can also be a rapid spreading of waterborne diseases such as cholera and malaria. Weak infrastructure in poor communities that is unable to stand the force of fast-moving water collapse very easily on unsuspecting victims, and property belonging to people is destroyed. Many people become homeless. As seen in the year 2022, the lives of many people were lost, and the effects are still seen today. As an example, in Molweni at Tololwa Secondary School, teachers and students could not evacuate the school as the roads were destroyed and floodwater was everywhere. My mother being one of the victims. They could only leave via an emergency helicopter. The source of this mass destruction is stormwater drains being solved. A clogged stormwater drain is a plumbing problem that brings about floods. Ensuring each stormwater drain is clear and free from blockages is vital and safeguards our homes from a possible flood. For the reference to GladesvillePlumbing.com, the most common blockages to stormwater drains are environmental matter, like leaves, dirt, pebbles, sand, sticks, and even garden covering materials, like bark and mulch. Water will pick up whatever's in its path and carry it down the grates and pipes. A gradual accumulation of this matter causes clogging. The most efficient solution to this problem is high water jetting, high pressure water jetting, or hydro jetting, which clears away debris buildup. Referring to a plumber is also a good way to unclog stormwater drains, and it saves time and money. There are many methods used to unclog a stormwater drain. There is the classic plunger method, which is forcing air through the pipe and ensuring that the drain is sealed to prevent disturbances from occurring during the process. There's also the drain auger method, which is hiring a drain auger that can unblock anything, including shifting tree roots from pipes. This method needs total concentration because it can be dangerous if you do not know how to do it. Then there's the chemical method. Caustic soda, otherwise known as sodium hydroxide, and hydrochloric acid are two chemicals that have been proven very effective in unblocking drains. You just have to pour the chemicals down the affected drain and leave for an hour, or as instructed by the manufacturer. The chemical method is very hazardous if mishandled, so referring to a professional would be wise. Once the storm drains are cleared and free of matter, the most sure way to ensure that no further blockages will happen is keeping waste capable of plugging the drains off the streets. This can be done by keeping our yards clean and waste-free by discarding yard waste in a bin or container. We can also keep tight lids on our trash cans to prevent them from being blown away by heavy winds and cascading trash onto the streets. We cannot depend on the municipality or the government all of the time, even when it is not necessary. We also play a role in keeping our society clean. If we can pick up leaves on our property as well as on the streets, then why are we not doing it? Our capabilities allow us to, then why are we not? It all starts with us if we want to see change, and the first step is keeping our drainage systems clean. The ball is in our court if you want to see a better future. Thank you for your time and attention.
Honorable Mbatha-Cele, I'd like to call on Honorable Mbatha-Cele and Peter to be representing Team 8 on what to do during class. I'd also like to call on Honorable Albertus Lende who will
Then put all one say, you cannot go through the whole day without having an impact on the world around you. Once you do make a difference, or you decide that having this difference. Greetings to all members of the Parliament, the legislator, and all honored guests. Standing before you is Representative Mbatha-Cele, who will be presenting a speech on what we do during the class. Firstly, what up? If not that the abnormal progressive rise in water levels of streams or rivers, which may result in overflowing. When an area that is usually dry becomes partially or completely submerged due to a rise in water levels, this is also referred to as flooding. Flooding causes damage that is difficult and costly to clean up. A prime example of this was the disastrous floods that hit Durban in April 2022, being arguably the most catastrophic natural disaster recorded in KwaZulu-Natal in collective terms of lives lost, homes and infrastructure damaged or destroyed, and economic impact. Floods are caused by heavy rainfall that lasts for a long period of time. A blockage in stormwater drains can also lead to flooding. Landslides that block the flow of water can also lead to flooding. Deforestation, which often decreases the water holding capacity, also leads to flooding. Many people and animals are affected by flooding. If necessary precautions are not taken, people may get displaced or even lost because of the damage that floods can cause. The destruction of structures such as bridges and roads add to the toll of humans and prevents help from reaching devastated areas. Floods are extensive disasters as rebuilding an area devastated by a flood can be costly. Therefore, when flooding occurs, there are a few things you must do in order to ensure both yours and others' safety. You can move to higher ground as it is much safer than low-lying areas, and can listen to your radio to receive updates on the condition. You should follow instructions from public safety officials as they will tell you what to do and help you get to safer places. You should turn off electricity and gas supplies if flooding occurs to limit the risk of electric shock or fire. You should close all windows and doors. Stay away from flood waters because you may not see how deep it is and how fast the water is moving. You should only take essential items and prepare one emergency kit, which can include important documents and chronic medicine. Put in a waterproof. Once it is safe to return back home, you should not enter your house until a professional checks if it is safe to enter your house. It is wise to remember that your life and lives of others are worth more than any house or car. So don't risk it at any cost. We cannot stop natural disasters, but we can arm ourselves with knowledge so that many lives won't be lost. As Elon Musk once said, some people don't like change, but you need to embrace change if the alternative is disaster.
Thank you, Honorable Mbatha-Cele and Kise. I'd like to call on Honorable Olwethu Shelembe, who will be representing Team B and what not to do during flooding. I'd also like to call on Honorable Mbatha-Cele, who will be representing next.
Our senior officials, all the children, all the speakers, all our speaker, the deputy, presiding officers, and all the children of the parliament. For us to make sure that today was a successful event, I greet you all. I am Olwethu Shelembe from Lutando High School. Today I feel to stand before you to deliver my prepared speech. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest scientists and philosophers that has ever lived on this planet, once said, "Learn from yesterday, live for today, and hope for tomorrow." Ladies and gentlemen, my hope today is that you will all learn from my prepared speech. And I believe that today is all about learning and representing all the children of KZN. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my prepared speech is entitled "The Things You Should Not Do During Flood." Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will go on explaining about what you should not do flood. But while one may ask himself, what are flooding? My simple understanding of flooding is when excess water, unneeded water is available on land. This water is moving at high speed and at high pressure. But to be honest, I'm not an expert in environmental geology. That is why I decided to include the definition of flooding from the Google experts. They define flooding as an overflow of water that could range from a few inches deep, fully submerging entire businesses. They say where there is fire, there is smoke. So we cannot have flood without their causes. One of the most contributing factors to flooding is the climate change, which is the main topic of today and basically why we are here. Nevertheless, there are other human activities contributing to flooding. Deforestation, which is the removal of forests and the removal of the vegetative cover from land, which may increase in flooding and result in areas vulnerability. Different types of pollination and indiscriminate dumping of garbage into water drains and waterways will also increase flooding. It is an undeniable fact that flooding and other natural disasters affect our lives negatively. The adverse effects of flooding include the loss of human life, the property and infrastructure damage, soil erosion and landslide risk, crop disruption and water loss, threat to salmon and other aquatic animals, health risk due to water contamination, housing displacement and other economic impacts. Just for the issue of logistics where businesses cannot transport goods because road damage and bridges are collapsed because of flooding. The disaster description of flooding issued by the flood web and the South African Safety.com, where deaths severe flooding and landslide has erased during the summer month, has claimed the lives of 488 people annually, displaced over 40,000 people and completely destroyed over 12,000 houses in the east part of South Africa. It has also severely damaged infrastructure such as roads, health, and schools. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving directly to the gist of my prepared speech, which is the don'ts during flood. Do not walk through flooding water, and it can only take 6 inches of water to help you off your feet. If you are trapped, rather move to a higher point and call for help. Even if you are known to be the best swimmer, do not swim during flood, as it may appear as it may be deeper than it appears and may hide hazards such as sharp objects, washed hot surfaces, electrical wires. Do not drive through flooding roadways and road barricades, as water could wash off your car with you inside it. Do not go to basement or under surface rooms if the water covers electrical outlets. Do not smoke or use candles or open flames because flood may cause gas leaks. Never use TVs, VERs, and CRT terminals and other electrical equipment while standing on wet floors, especially concrete. Well, ladies and gentlemen, not all the heroes I know are physical strong, but what I'm sure is that they are smart. So do not try to be a hero and save people during flood, because you can put your life in danger, as there are people who are trained to do that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I depart from the podium, I would like to tell you all that I would like to tell all the members of the Children's Parliament, or just a member of the Children's Parliament is an understatement. I believe change, and we are move from this gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Olentu Shelembe. I would like to call on Mbatha-Cele, who will mention the topic, measures to be taken to lessen the impact of climate change on the earth. And Honorable Umgungundlovu, please. Thank you.
Greetings to every honorable member participated today in the Student Parliament. My name is Honorable Mbatha-Cele. So today, as I stand before you,
I'm here to address one of the most pressing issues of our time, the urgent need to lessen the impact of climate change on plants and crop productivity. As we witness the devastating effects of climate change unfolding before our eyes, it is evident that we must act swiftly and decisively to protect our planet's delicate ecosystem and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. The importance of plants and crop productivity cannot be overstated because they are the lifeblood of our society, providing us with nourishment, sustenance, and the foundation of our economies. However, climate change threatens to disrupt this delicate balance. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and shifting rainfall patterns pose significant challenges to agricultural systems worldwide, leading to decreased yields, increased food insecurity, and economic instability. To effectively address this crisis, we must adopt a multifaceted approach that combines both mitigation and adaptation strategies. First and foremost, we must take immediate action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and transition towards renewable energy sources. By implementing stringent regulation and promoting sustainable practices, we can cap the rise in global temperature and mitigate the adverse effects of climate change on plant and crop productivity. Additionally, we must invest in research and development to enhance our understanding of plant genetics and develop climate-resilient crop varieties. By harnessing the power of science and technology, we can cultivate crops that are better adapted to changing climatic conditions, ensuring their survival and the productivity in the face of adversity. This includes exploring innovative techniques such as gene editing and precision agriculture to optimize resource efficiency and minimize environmental impacts. Furthermore, we must prioritize the preservation and restoration of our ecosystem. Forests, wetlands, and other natural habitats play a crucial role on regulating climate patterns, storing carbon, and preserving biodiversity. By establishing protected areas, promoting reforestation initiatives, and adopting sustainable land management practices, we can create resilient ecosystems that support thriving plants and crop population. However, the efforts cannot be undertaken in their isolation. We must foster collaboration and engagement among various stakeholders, including government, scientists, and farmers. By fostering partnership and leveraging the power of collective action, we can create a shared vision of sustainable future and implement comprehensive policies that address the interconnected challenges of climate change and food security. In this endeavor, ecosystem platform provides a powerful tool for fostering collaboration and knowledge sharing. This platform can bring together scientists, farmers, and policymakers, facilitating the exchange of ideas, best practices, and innovative solutions. The ecosystem platforms can empower individuals and organizations to take informed action that positively impacts plant and crop productivity. Moreover, ecosystem platform can serve as hubs for research and innovation, enabling scientists to analyze vast amount of data, model future scenarios, and develop evidence-based strategies. By harnessing the collective intelligence and expertise of diverse stakeholders, we can unlock new highlights, insights, identify emerging challenges, and devise effective solutions. In conclusion, challenges posed by climate change demand our immediate attention and constant efforts. By implementing a comprehensive approach that encompasses mitigation, adaptation, and the preservation of ecosystems, we can lessen the impact of climate change on plants and crop productivity. Let us harness the power of science, technology, and population to pave the way of sustainable future. Together, we can forge a path that ensures food insecurity, safeguards on our environment, and nurtures the well-being of all living beings. Thank you.
Thank Honorable Mbatha-Cele Ndlovu presenting the topic ecosystem platforms to curb the problem of climate change on behalf of Team B. Can Honorable PPM Msomi please come to the front? Thank you.
Greetings to all the honorable members present in the chamber. My name is Abiso and my surname is Mobe. I come from Mariatal Combined School and I'm representing the Harrisburg district. Ecosystem platforms to curb the problems of climate change. First, I would like to describe what an ecosystem is. An ecosystem is a set of environments that involves living and non-living organisms. It is a geographic area where plants, animals, and other living organisms work together to form a fabric of life. Ecosystem-based approaches focus on ecosystem restoration and enhancement of ecosystem services to protect society against negative impacts of climate change. Ecosystem-based approaches are recognized as multi-purpose solutions that are often more efficient than traditional technical measures. The recently updated EU adaptation strategy puts a strong emphasis on ecosystem-based solutions. The UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, COP26, laid the ideas to curb the problems of climate change. It was actually held by 26 United Nations, held at the SEC in Glasgow, Scotland, United Kingdom, on the 31st of October to 13 November 2021. As I have said, that this platform discussed controversial issues. Unfortunately, a year after the conference, floods in KZN caused a widespread devastation, where KwaZulu-Natal floods built back better for every child platform, helped over 40,000 people. As you know, Umgungundlovu ngabantu. As ecosystem platforms are all about ensuring that our earth is well taken care of for the present and also for the future generations. Climate Change Education Platform, it is a program, UNESO, that has been working to make education a more central and visible part of the international response to climate change. The Global Climate Resilience Platform, it is to collaborate online space to capture, access, co-create, and advance for latest resilience knowledge. It aims to increase the climate resilience and build the adaptation skills of 50 million people vulnerable to climate change, and it is a non-profit organization. I discovered information that says that these platforms come across bad investments from people who came to see the issue of climate change disrupted, and these platforms end up shut down, such as the Future of Platforms MIT Sloan Management Review, which was shut down in 2022. Oh, how temperamental you are, dear life. Change for the Planet has provided the need for platforms to young people to not only amplify their voices, but also to discuss controversial issues at the COP27. Changes in the climate and an increase in extreme weather patterns are among the reasons behind the global rise in hunger and poor nutrition. Facts and figures all pointing at the rising temperature at the Karamoja region, a national deterrent issue that left thousands of living organisms starving to death. Ecosystem degradation is damaging nature's ability to reduce the effects of climate change. Where there are many platforms striving for one goal, which is to curb the problem of climate change. It is so unfortunate that these platforms have to face millions of clueless people about climate change around the world. I would also one day wish to assemble my own platform, which would be more educated, since many people lack knowledge about climate change. A world drained of its beauty and their season to be cherished. We, as today's generation, would also like to participate in spreading the word and making our world a better place. But how can we do that with our little voices? This one is obediently yours, I think.
Thank you, Honorable Abdul. Our last speaker, who's the closing remarks on the theme, representing Team B, Honorable Melissa Jama. Oh, our fifth speaker on Team A who will be closing the speech on the theme, Mbatha-Cele, Honorable Mbatha-Cele. Honorable Minister Jama, please come closer.
I would like to firstly humble myself and greet the honorable delegates who are present today, and respectively greet the honorable members on the chamber right now. So, I am Honorable Mbatha-Cele from Team A, and a lot has been said, but that doesn't mean I have to say a few. I very much aware that our first speaker had elaborated a very brief meaning to the extent of the problem, which is climate change. And as well, my second speaker had said, or had told us more about the stormwater clogging. Our third speaker had told us what to do during floods. And the fourth speaker told us the measures to be taken to lessen the impact of climate change. So I say, climate change is the average variable conditions take place for a long period of time. And the National Aeronautics and Space Administration scientists had recorded that the Earth's surface is warming, and the warmest years have happened for the past 20 years. There are detailed analyses that have been made against climate change, which are overfishing and overuse of land, which is recognized as depletion of sources or depletion of natural resources. More than just that, there are consequences that are brought about by the impact of climate change, which has been mentioned already by my teammate, which is floods, severe storms, potato temperatures, or unexpected temperatures which may be higher than expected or colder than expected. There are causes of climate change, which for example, if someone is smoking and that smoke will affect the atmosphere composed of 4 layers of gases, which is stratosphere, troposphere, mesosphere, and thermosphere. Those causes also impact the gaseous exchange happening between human lungs and nature, and which is the exhaling of carbon dioxide and the inhaling of oxygen. So, what I would like to say is, most of us here believe that we have to ask government and intervene to the impact of climate change, and I say no. Most of the time, we have to take action, and actually, according to the bill, we are told to take action to protect human lives and nature from the impacts of climate change. And I say yes, we should take action, because I am a God believer, man. I am a God believing man, I can say. But once I asked God and tell him, please give me the bottle of water. He won't be able to do so. The only thing that I have to do is just to take the bottle of water. So I say we have to take action to alleviate the enemy we are facing right now, to combat the enemy that we are facing right now. And I say before you, if you think outside the box, you won't be able to come up with conventional solutions. If the rest of us here, especially the 2023 delegates, would try to come up with creative ideas, we won't be able to think like the box. So, I'm not much of a preacher. That is why I would like to rest my case.
Honorable. Our next speaker representing Team B, who's closing remarks on the theme, Honorable Minister Jama.
To the prestige honorable speakers. My humble greetings to the prestige honorable speakers of the KZN legislation present in the House. And my fellow delegates, I acknowledge you. My name is Honorable Nelly Sojama, who is representing the Harry Boiler District, and I come from Maria Dal Combined School. On the basis of the honorable members of my team, I take it to my interest to encapsulate the endangering factors surrounding climate change with the aim of providing awareness as well as recognition. It is quite evident that climate change serves as a critical issue in our daily lives. We can go as far as floods, droughts, wildfires, and even tsunamis. We may view such disasters as catastrophic and an unforeseen occurrence, but to my observance, the majority of these disasters are caused by human activities, which result in the drastic changes of climates. The second speaker argued that storm water clogging can be one of the most crucial impacts of heavy rains, but it can be prevented quite easily. As an individual, we should breed cleanliness. A simple act such as throwing a used packet of chips on the ground can go a long way. Drains are blocked for one. The environment is unhealthy. Plus, it contributes to pollution. To be precise, the reason our drainage system is overflowing during heavy storms may not only be by weather, but by the increased amount of rainfall in a short period of time. Therefore, we should strive to encourage joining environmental organizations. Furthermore, we, as the youth, are quite familiar with social media, and since it proves as a useful platform, we can use it to raise awareness efficiently. As previously stated, in South Africa, we have environmental organizations available for our surroundings. Now, I speak of Environmental Monitoring Group based in the Cape Town, and in addition, the Grow Green Initiative. Following the third speaker, what I have picked up is that taking necessary measures during the events of flooding is highly recommended, for it not only benefits you, but also favors those around you. Fourth speaker raised the point on the outcomes of global warming. The burning of fossil fuels play a huge role in increasing effects of global warming. We can refer to a well-known global industrial company, Mbatha-Cele, which is also here in South Africa. That the gases emitted from the manufacturing are detrimental to our well-being, causing high health and manufacturing. Living under a country that mainly relies on the burning of coal to produce citizens with electricity places us at a high risk of experiencing severe climate changes. In order to live in a sustainable environment, I urge you to be more conservative with your energy. Reduce deforestation, make your community, and whenever possible, use sustainable transportation. But most importantly, make your voice heard by those in power. The people in power who govern us are the ones signing off documents to allow massive corporations that only cares about profits to continue their harmful practices that is slowly killing the earth. Now, I can't fight the system alone, but together we stand a chance. A chance at seeing a future free of the chains that bound us to the restricted rules. And with that being said, this brings me to my view. An activist, Mark Ruffalo, said, I quote, climate change is the greatest threat to white people in our short history on this earth. Nobody is going to buy the way out of this debate. Now, what I insert on this is that we should protect the environment, for we are dependent on nature. So take action, take a stand, make a difference. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Melissa. We have now concluded our debate on the theme, take action to protect nature and human rights from the impacts of climate change. We will now move on to the item 3.2, which will be question and answer sessions. I have in front of me a list of members who are to ask questions directed at the members that have been debating. We will have a question and then a reply, and then move to the next question. When your name is called, please raise up your hand. The mic will be brought to you. I will start on team A. The first member I will call up for a question is UC Kelly. Please raise up your hand. Thanks, everyone. As we say, my name is Kidways, Honorable Kidways. The question that I'd like to raise, I'd like to raise it to Happy Sondo. So my question is, how do you propose we implement these ecosystem platforms, as this also goes hand in hand with our economy, and these new implementations will bring about a collapse in the economy of South Africa, as we are already facing an economic crisis.
Answering your question, since social media has a huge impact on transporting news, such as adverts and even platforms, we can use social media in order to get to and start voluntary campaigns in order for people to join it and try to save the world from climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Now moving to Michaela Pojika. Please raise up your hand. I've got a question for Honorable Speaker Olwetu. What are the effects of the drainage system? How does it affect this?
Sorry, ma'am, I did not hear the question.
Honorable Speaker Olwetu, I've got a question for you. What are the effects of the drainage system? Can you please explain it to me? Like the effects of the drainage system.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for the question. I appreciate the question because it allows us to explain more. The effect of drainage system is that it allows water, excess water that is available on land to be disposed to their appropriate place. Thank you.
Now go to team B, Honorable Chandra Debe. Sorry for the inconvenience with the mistake. Greetings to all honorable members present here today. I'm Honorable Chandra Debe, representing Northbury Park Secondary from the Umgungundlovu district. I find it crucial to discuss one of the factors that was mentioned by Honorable Member Rebecca Smith. Greenhouse gases are stated to be gases in Earth's atmosphere that trouble. As Honorable Rebecca discussed the disadvantages and precautions that could be put into place, although humans play a major role in the contribution to climate change, it is now part of the century and all activities contribute to climate change. However, Honorable Speaker Rebecca mentioned numerous precautions to be put into place to protect nature. So with that being said, I'd like to pose a question to Honorable Speaker Rebecca. Is it fair to the community, while protecting nature, we cause disadvantages to humans? If precautions were put to prevent aspects such as burning fuel in factories, how are humans expected to sustain a living where there would be job losses which may result in poverty? Thank you for your question. In response, I would like to say I understand where you're coming from, but there are alternative uses of resources that we can use that can still produce things. That means that people can still have jobs and which will not result in poverty, as we can find alternative resources to use in factories to produce things that will not increase greenhouse gases. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Now moving to Honorable Mbatha-Cele. Honorable members, speakers, delegates of the legislature, and the House of Large, I greet you all. Standing before you all is Mbatha-Cele from Umgungundlovu Secondary School. My question is directed to Honorable Mbatha-Cele, which was our fourth speaker from Team A. During her speech, she mentioned that one of the measures that can be taken to lessen the impact of climate change is by implementing climate-smart agriculture. My question is, why must we implement the climate-smart agriculture, whereas it may increase the usage of pesticides, fertilizers, of which both contribute to global warming? Thank you. My question was, why must we implement climate-smart agriculture, whereas it may increase the usage of pesticides, fertilizers, of which both contribute to global warming? Thank you for your question. According to my knowledge, I think it is better. So, I think it is better for us to okay. Okay, I think it is better for us to keep protecting our, our diversity, including all animals, all, living beings, So what I, I think, I think we should keep doing to protect, we should keep things that we are doing to protect our nature. I don't have much. Thank you, honorable members. Now going to Willem Azakiwe.
My humble greetings to all honorable members. I am honorable member. I am honorable member as the Hilton, from Northbury Park Secondary. I'd like to raise a question to honorable member Mbatha-Cele. My question is to the honorable member. We know that majority of the population in urban areas are able to maintain drains, but what about the people who reside in rural areas? We know that approximately 50% or below of the population reside in rural areas. Honorable Mbatha-Cele, what do you think the strategies that could be implemented by those in rural settings who also suffer from stormwater clogging and limited resources and facilities to assist in preventing stormwater clogging?
Your inquiry is very much appreciated. According to my understanding, your question was, are there any storm drains in rural areas? Was that your question? And how rural areas would be affected? Since rural areas don't have much artificial structures like pavements and roads and buildings, they are mostly occupied with grassy areas that can absorb water. There aren't many impermeable surfaces. So storm drains are not that essential to rural areas since they are covered mostly with soil and earth. So stormwater drainage systems are only for cities and urban areas that don't have much grassy surface areas to absorb water. So rural areas are not affected. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Now moving to Honorable Melanie Siba.
Greetings to all honorable members, delegates, and the House of Dutch. My name is Iba Ngeleni. I'm from Silver Heights, Secretary. My question is to the first speaker of Team A, Honorable Mawande Tungula. She said in her speech that we should reduce emissions. My question to you is that how can we ensure the efforts to reduce emissions are equitable and that vulnerable communities are not disproportionately impacted by the climate policy? Sorry. My question was that how can we ensure the efforts to reduce emissions are equitable and that vulnerable communities are not disproportionately impacted by the climate policy?
Thank you for your question. And as I said, by opening educational campaigns, people will see the importance of able to conserve climate change so that no one will be affected. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Now moving to Honorable Ndlovu Bayanda.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and honorable members of the Parliament, it's an honor to be here today. My name is Mbatha-Cele, a representative from Mbatha-Cele Combined School. My question is directed to Honorable Fabiso, speaker number 4. What types of technology and data are needed to power an ecosystem platform to address climate change?
Thank you for your question. As I have said in my presentation, that climate change educational platforms are the ones that deal with informing people. So there is a program called UNESCO that has been working to make educational and more central and visible parts of the international response to climate change. So I would highly recommend that platform as one of the platforms that we could use. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Members. Now moving to the Honorable Zondi Ayanda.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Honorable Ananda Zondi. I'd like to dedicate my question to Accreditation. Honorable Accreditation. You said you mentioned something about walking more and driving less. So my question is, where does that put people who are working, people who are traveling long distances to work or also to school? And also you mentioned something about the Petermaritzburg being the most leading city with air pollution. Where did you get that information? Where does that come from? How sure is that? Thanks to everyone. I didn't hear your first question, but I'll first answer your second question. According to what I said, because TMC last year was DG and the place that destroyed ozone layer the most. I guess there's two social networks, but not only social network, and I have proved it for my own. I thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Now moving to Honorable Majigitela Lwanzi.
This question is directed to Honorable Speaker Richard Bikami. Why are regular repairs vital in our drainage system?
Your inquiry is also appreciated. I had stated that a clogged stormwater drain is a plumbing problem that brings about floods, and ensuring that each stormwater drain is clear and free from blockages is vital, because if every stormwater drain that we come across is blocked by different kinds of waste and debris, then there'll be more floodings, and if there are more floodings, then more people will die, infrastructure will be destroyed. So I say it is vital so that it can safeguard our homes and our belongings and also our family members so that they are not endangered by the clogged stormwater drains. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Now moving to Honorable Mbatha-Cele.
Greetings to the honorable members, delegates, and House at large. Speaking is Honorable Ndlovu, as mentioned. The question I have is directed to the fourth speaker of Team A, Ndlovu. My question is, what role can renewable energy sources such as wind, solar, and hydropower play in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and how can we accelerate the transition to these technologies?
Thank your question, but I want to leave it to the floor. Thank you, honorable members. Now moving to Honorable Mbatha-Cele. To the whole House of Large, I greet you all. I'd like to ask a question directed to Honorable Member Rebecca. My question will be based on the fact of driving less to reduce climate change. To me, it sounds impossible because we all know that many people have jobs that are far away from home, and most of us here attend schools that are very far away from home. Not only that, but also disabled people and old age people might not be able to roll a cycle for a long period of time over a long distance. Now, my question is, what strategies could be implemented to ensure that the idea of driving less becomes a success? Because to me, it really sounds impossible. Thank you for your question. So, the fact of driving less and you saying over long distances, well, one way that could be fixed is using public transport by multiple people using the same type of vehicle to go to a destination reduces the amount of people driving different vehicles, which will reduce the amount of greenhouse gases, as well as walking short distances. Let's say your school is like 2 blocks down the road, you can walk to it because it's a short distance. If you have to travel long distances, try going with multiple people in one vehicle to reduce the amount of vehicles going at the same time to the same place. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Now moving to Honorable Ndlovu.
I would like to greet all the members of the chamber. My name is Umgungundlovu from Nendilisa Secondary School. So I would like to pose a question to Honorable Accreditation. As you have mentioned, stormwater drainage system became deterministic, especially in the light of the current climate changes. Well, as you have mentioned, that this system eliminates excess water resulting from heavy rains, which lead to disruption of daily life. Well, like irregular maintenance of the network system problems appear, especially the blockage of the covers or network pipes, which affects the efficiency of network. So my question is, like, what are the measures that need to be taken for you to unblock the stormwater drainage system?
Thank you for your question, Honorable Member. Responding to your question, I think one of the speakers mentioned it. We must reuse, reduce, and recycle. I thank you. Thank you, Honorable Members. Now moving to Honorable Samano Pamenet-Donke.
The Honorable in the House of Largest. Thank you for this Honorable My question is directed to Honorable Smith. On your introduction, you were making illustrations on how to take action against climate change. Now, according to my research, it is stated that support and design of climate policies is strongly affected by how individuals and organizations perceive risk and uncertainty and how they take these factors into account. Effective communication of climate change risk therefore presents a crucial challenge for both scientists and policymakers alike. In addition, one's mitigation is directly affected by the information available. Now, my question is, does risk community really decrease cooperation in climate change mitigation? Thank you. So, please continue. My question is, does risk community really decrease cooperation in climate change mitigation? According to my research, it is stated that support and design of climate policies is strongly affected by how individuals and organizations perceive risk and uncertainties and how they take these factors into account. Effective communication of climate change risk therefore presents a crucial challenge for both scientists and policymakers alike. In addition, one's mitigation behavior is directly affected by the information available. My question is, does risk community really decrease cooperation in climate change mitigation?
Thank you for your question, but unfortunately I do not understand, so I'm going to leave it to the floor. Thank you, Honorable Member. Now moving to Honorable Mbatha-Cele.
I greet you all. My name is Tobega Mbele from Norwegia. Thank you for this opportunity. I have a question for Apelele Aba about dangers of water clogging, stormwater clogging. So if might happen mistakenly, we will experience the dangers of stormwater. What is the best solution to minimize the effects to the environment.
Thank you so much for your question. You said, oh, like if you experience the dangers of storm water flooding, what can you do? Okay. Like you said, as people, we make mistakes. If you experience the danger of storm water flooding, it is better for you to move from this place to one another, I think. Thank you, honorable members. Now moving to Honorable Memela Tlhonipo.
I greet all honorable members of this chamber. My question is directed to Minister John. I hear you saying that we must reduce the manufacturing of coal to reduce climate change. My main question or point is that what will happen to people with job with doing the job and the jobs cost jobs we're doing the job because nowadays jobs are scarce. My question is directed to Minister Jama. I hear you saying we must reduce the manufacturing of coal to reduce climate change. My main point is that what will happen to people doing the job because nowadays jobs are scarce.
Honorable Miller, I acknowledge your question. On to you, I'm going to say that you can't really say that people would lose their jobs because in manufacturing processes, machines are used. Machines are the ones that manufacture these big in the industrial companies, and the people don't really get affected that much because of the technology that we use nowadays. So thank you.
Thank you, members. Now moving to Honorable Kulu Seskumene.
Greetings to the House at large. My name is Umgungundlovu, and my question is directed to fourth Speaker of Team A, Honorable Umgungundlovu. My question is, what steps can individuals take in their everyday lives to contribute to the fight against climate change and promote a more sustainable future? Thank you. My question is directed to the fourth Speaker of Team A, Umgungundlovu. What steps can individuals take in their everyday lives to contribute to the fight against climate change and promote a more sustainable future? I know the question was directed to our fourth speaker, but unfortunately, we're in the A. So I will intervene. I'm getting a little bit annoyed. There are a lot of parties later on here, so now I'm intervening. So, unfortunately,
can volunteer in the cleanup activities done by the local community members to promote or to alleviate dirty local communities and stuff. I think it's inspired. Thank you.
Honorable Nanda. We're moving to Honorable Changa Senozibusiso.
Greetings to the House at large. Here in front of you is Honorable Professor Changa, and I would also like to direct my question to the fourth speaker of Team A, Honorable Umgungundlovu, who delivered a speech about measures to be taken to lessen the impact of climate change. I think the use of nature as natural methods to lessen the impact of climate change can be cheap and more useful. Like, how can we use or make use of nature so that we can curb the effects of climate change? And greetings to the whole house at large. My name is Honorable Slondiwe Nyembe, and I know the question was directed to Honorable Mbatha-Cele, but I would like to answer your question. We all know that trees give off oxygen, that trees take in carbon dioxide and give in oxygen. So by planting more trees, it will lessen the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Now moving to Honorable Makanya Nosi.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Mbatha-Cele from Municipality Secondary School, and I would like to ask a question to the desk speaker. Let me see, please. What we can do to lessen the damage caused by floods on our infrastructure, and how we can help those who live in areas that are prone to flooding, who have nowhere to run to when they are flooded. What we can do to lessen the damage caused by floods on our infrastructure, and how we can help those who live in areas that are prone to flooding, who have nowhere to run to when there are floods. Thank you for the question. To help those who have nowhere to go after flooding occurs, we can have communities working together to ensure that we provide a place like our home for them to go stay in whilst they wait for
hopes to be miracles and make it safe for them to stay in the thing. Honorable members, I would like to get back to Honorable Peterson Amanda. I would like to greet all the honorables and fellow delegates. My name is Amanda Peterson from Racebrook Secondary School, and my question today is directed to the first speaker, Honorable Member Malwani. I'm a person who believes that in order to go forward, you have to look back. And in your speech, you said that we have made progress. May I ask what progress that you have learned that we have made? Thank you for your question. By saying that the progress has already been made, there are campaigns that are trying to help to teach people to know how to conserve climate change. So they already have targets on how we can reduce the climate change. But now it's up to us as the new generation who are experiencing the severe climate change to take this target into reaching. It's up to us. That's why I said the progress has already been made. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable members. Now going to Honorable Komo Asanda. Greetings to the House at large. My name is Komo Asanda and I come from Georgetown High School. My question is directed to Helelisi Mkize. And my question is, how is of paramount to vacate to highlight areas to greetings to the House at large. Standing in front of you today is Kumar Sanda, and my question is directed to Helene Stephen Keys, and my question is, how is of paramount to vacate from low-lying areas to high-lying areas during floods? Thank you for your question. Vacating to higher lying areas will make it safer because the floods will not be able to reach you quickly and avoid and lower lying areas. Thank you, Honorable Member. Now moving to Honorable Zakwe Procedural. Greetings to everyone in the House. My name is Honorable Jessica a representative of the Jabula Mbatha-Cele School. My question is directed to Honorable PLC. I heard you mention something about emergency kits that people should have them, right? They need money to have those emergency kits. So where does that plan include or help the poor in any way? Because we all know that poor people are mostly uneducated people, so they don't have info and money at the same time. So what's the plan for them?
Thank you for your question. Well, these emergency cases don't need to be purchased. You just need to collect all your important documents like birth certificates and IDs, and also chronic medications, which will be very much needed when the flooding occurs. Thank you, honorable members. Our last honorable member is Honorable Mbatha-Cele. Greetings, everyone. My name is Nejanda. I come from Umgungundlovu High School. My question is also directed to Mbatha-Cele. Yeah. Okay, so since the effect of floods is very serious to crops, which can result to food insecurity. Before these floods destroy the crops, what is the only way to save food and crops from being destroyed by floods? Thank you for your question. Well, it is very hard to predict when floods will occur, which is why we have things like seed storage banks where we store seeds in order for they store seeds which can be used when there is less food production, and in cases of floods, they can replant those seeds in order to get more food. Thank you, honorable members. We have come to the end of our question session, and we will now move to item 3.3 of the order paper, which is adoption of resolutions. I invite Honorable Amanda Peterson to read out the resolutions that the House and name that the House. And thereafter we will have to vote to adopt them. Resolutions taken during the 2022 Children's Parliament held at KZN Legislature, Sunduzi Local Municipality, Umgungundlovu District on the 31st of May 2023. We, the delegates of the Children's Parliament, sitting under the theme Taking Action to Protect Nature and Human Lives from the Impact of Climate Change, took the following resolution, which emanates from delegates from district to further guide the legislator in its interaction with the sector in terms of Section 118 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Office of the Premier and Transversal, noting the negative impact of climate change on our environment. It was resolved government to roll out awareness campaigns for climate change, communities to encourage to plant more trees and adapt to renewable energy, governments to issue more bursary funds specifically to train more environmentalists, cooperative governance and traditional affairs, noting the severe weather conditions because of climate change. It was resolved that COGTA should strengthen the capacity of rural municipalities to respond to disasters, noting the polluted atmosphere specifically in cities and urban areas. It was resolved. The municipality should advocate for clean environments and enforce by laws. Noting the drains are sometimes not well maintained in towns, which creates a high risk of flash floods. It was resolved that local municipalities should ensure that drains are well maintained. Business that block drains through illegal dumping of their waste material should be fined. Department of Health, noting the current spread of cholera in other provinces, it was resolved that the department prepare itself in case of the outbreak of KwaZulu-Natal. The department should have ongoing awareness campaigns against the disease. Human settlement, noting the recent floods in the province which affected most areas in and around eThekwini Metro, which many families were displaced and learners missed school. It was resolved. The department spread a process of ensuring that flood victims are allocated houses and their lives return to normal because learners are vulnerable in temporary accommodation where they reside. Department of Agriculture, noting the extreme heat leads to droughts and food insecurity. It was resolved. The department should assist emerging farmers to drill boreholes as ways of dealing with the impact of climate change and minimizing the impact of climate change. Thank you. Those who support the resolutions as presented say yes. And those who oppose the resolutions say no. The yes have it, and therefore the resolution has been adopted as resolution of the 2023 Children's Parliament. Our members, we have came to end of our business today. Before we adjourn, I would like to thank all of you for participating in the 2023 Children's Parliament. Our sincere thanks go to the Speaker of the Legislature for providing us with a platform to air our views regarding climate change. We also extend our sincere thanks to the Honorable Premier, MECs, Honorable Members of the Legislature, and all guests. A word of thanks also goes to our Program Director, Honorable Mbatha-Cele. Last but not least, to all officials who worked hard to ensure that the 2022 Children's Parliament is a success. The House is adjourned.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Siyabonga. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity and thank all those who were part of this debate. I appreciate your hard work that you have done. Really, you have done a great job. In you, I see the future presidents of this country. I see Minister of Electricity. I see ministers for all the departments. Lenzeka, siyabonga kakhulu emsebenzini. Bonga kakhulu. The announcement before the next item. There is an announcement from the Office of the Premier. There is a demonstration from the provincial government toward a smart province. You will experience smart house with smart door, smart kettle that can boil water. Once you are on the way home, smart bulbs, smart classroom, and drones. That's the announcement from the Office of the Premier. There's a demonstration outside. Okay, thank you very much. We go to the next item, vote of, or before I go to the vote of thanks, thank you very much for the resolution. Your resolutions are going to be presented to the Quality of Life Standing Committee for further discussion and approval, then presented to the House. Thank you very much. You have done a good job. Okay, Mr. Mabandla la ucela honorable Baba walisishaphethe sikoso no honorable Ngobo. Bamlandela. Abangama-delegates ale parliament labantwana. I therefore request Honorable M.A. Zulu, Deputy Chair of Committees, to come forward and do a vote of thanks on behalf of the legislature.
Program Director, Honorable Mbatha-Cele, Speaker, Honorable Andembele Voice, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Mbatha-Cele, NSC, Ruma, the leader of Majority Party in the legislature, the leader of government and business, members of KwaZulu-Natal Executive Council present, and members of KwaZulu-Natal legislature, and ladies and gentlemen. Angikathatha ithuba ke umuntu abonge session enhle kangaka kangaka namhlanje abafundi bethu abazela what is by session ekenijadito
Today's session was indeed a festival of ideas, and that each one of us gathered here have been empowered, not only on what needs to be done to fight against climate change, but also what needs to be done to adapt effects of the climate change. Your debates, today or speeches were loud and clear. You told us that we must all play our major role in ensuring that we protect our planet for you as young people who are in our future generation. And the late Nelson Mandela is one of the greatest advocates for children's rights, and he believed much to our children. I quote, in giving children a healthy start in life, no matter where they are born or the circumstances of their birth, it is the moral obligation of every one of us, unquote. So creating a platform for young people to learn about the devastating effects of climatic change is indeed equal to investing in the future of our country. The legislature will continue to organize the Children's Parliament because we strongly believe that young people should be given a platform to air their views on issues that affect them and the society at large. Inina enikhona emphakathini, inina enihlale enazi zonke izinto ezenzakalayo. Ngicabanga ukuthi sizophuma lapha niqonde ukuthi cha, azikho inyoka eyiletha ikhuphula ngithi. Akusiyo inyoka, akusiyo umakhelwane odabakayo ovule ikhuphula. So kubalulekile ukuthi siqonde i-climatic change. The children gathered here to have today have demonstrated that the future of our country will be in good and safe hands. It was especially exciting to hear the debates on pollution, as we all know the challenges we have faced as the province in the past years. Sibulile ukukhula-ke eprovinsini yaKwaZulu-Natal, sicabanga ukuthi-ke seyiyaqonda-ke manje okubalulekile kufanele kwenze nani as the youth. Under the theme, take action to protect the nature and human lives from the impact of climatic change. I hope lessons learned today will plant a seed of going back to communities and teaching our and other students, families, communities about climatic change. And I hope all of you will be ambassadors of climatic change to ensure that we minimize the disasters should we experience floods again at the problems. I would like also to thank our honorable speaker, Honorable Policy, for the progressive program which has been put to youth and at the forefront of the climate change and exposing at how the legislature works. Minister, members of parliament, with the money legislature, so we are expecting a lot from you. As indicated earlier, we'll always try to ensure that the parliament sessions are according to the decorum they deserve. When there are sharp differences, they have a potential to derail the smooth functioning of the legislature. We sit down and discuss and use different platforms, such as the meeting with different leaders of political leaders and the whips forums. Today, as the Children's Parliament, you go to experience with this first-hand information. I will be making a big mistake if I don't apologize on behalf of the legislature in technical glitches that we experience when we start our session today. We'll make sure that they do not happen again. Bese uba neyinkinga eziqhathakala lespeech. Kodwa-ke ushilo umphathi wohlelo umama Mbatha uthi hayi kukhona umthakathi befake ithize sesohamba siyogula umama Dube kuyobe sesilekelela sikhombe ukuthi ubani osilekelela ukhomba lo mthakathi. As I conclude in the very last note, I wish to thank the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, representatives from various schools, government officials, and legislature staff for the role you have played in ensuring that today's Parliament was a success. Mase nihamba-ke namhlanje bafundi, we wish you ukuthi nihambe kahle. Come on board and think how can we ensure that imvelo yethu iyanakekela. Ukuncola asilaphi noma yini noma yini ukuzivikela imvelo yethu. Niyabakhumbula-ke udadewethu abasebenzisa ama-pampers aqikelele ukuthi abawona noma yiphi ukuze sivikele imvelo yethu. Ngalamazwi siyabonga ukuthi uhlelo sibonge kini nonke ebine khona namhlanje. Thank you so much.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ndabezitha. We have come to an end of our program okuyiPhalamende labantwana lika 2023 ebele namhlanje ngomhla ka 31 kuMeyi. Much ndabezitha usenibonile selukwenza lama announcement. Cela bonke abahlezi lapha phezulu ngaphandle kwamalungishamthetho no-MEC uma sekukhulunywa sebeyodla khona bazobathatha lapha emnyango bakhulise la bezokudlela khona. Bese nama-delegates nawo alinde nje la kancane khona bazobathatha bayothola nabo basethunjini. Ama-members esishayamthetho no-MEC bazoyokudla la sijwayele ukudla khona. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Thank you very much for your time. Nihambe kahle, niphephe nasemgwaqeni. IPhalamende liyavuka. Thank you. Ama-delegates ngicela sihlaleni nje bazozomlanda. Isiphokelo esinipha sona from isishayamthetho i-ofisi likaSomlomo nesi. Kongazi.
It's wonderful too. It's a choice. I can't have a man. There's a lot of them back in the family. I so very confused.
What Mbatha-Cele you comment please? Lo waseMakedama, lo baya ema-toilet. Lo bevala, closing.
Sebebuyile bahleli lapha eduze. Abala, kathi sebebuye etoilet uthola.
Nangu lo ngibashoyo yilapho. Ngangala. uNkulunkulu wami.
You good.